It's too many things open at once on otherwise. Okay, perfect.
Can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
I'm Patrick.
Hi, Patrick.
Good afternoon and welcome to this seminar hosted by Frogaloo. Today's topic is the Nordic and Baltic property markets, a Swedish affair. Before we begin, I'd like to quickly thank our partners Evershed Sutherland, SBB, EY, East9, Slatter, and of course Pangea. I'm really pleased to say we have 350 registered today, so please do join our conversation using the chat function in the system that you have available. The recording will be available also in a few days to all attendees. So I am Sasha Thomas from MSCI Real Estate, and what we'll do, we'll start with a keynote speech from Bruce Deere of Evershed Sutherland. Please, Bruce.
Thank you very much. Now, whenever anything unusual happens, and let's face it, this pandemic qualifies very much as unusual, people start to talk about a new normal. But I think I'm going to argue that the new normal actually began around about 1960. We just didn't notice, and we keep forgetting that we're living in it. Because in 1960, the baseline, or where most of the really big changes began to really kick in, the changes that have made the modern world that we live in now. First of those being mass air travel. The late 1950s and the early 1960s saw the arrival of air travel for ordinary people. Previously, it had been very much the uncomfortable privilege of the rich, braving nausea and great airline noise. But in the late 1950s, mass air travel arrived. And with it came a steep rise in global pollution and leisure consumption all over the world. It was coupled with a population explosion that was already well underway by then and has done nothing but pace the last decades. The uncomfortable truth here for us all is that the world is probably sustainable at the current rates of consumption for maybe 2 billion people, but not for the 10 billion, which is how many people there will be by 2050. And we're also, all of us, munching antibiotics like sweets. I've been on holiday to South America before the pandemic, and there you can buy antibiotics over the counter, take them as you wish, and you don't even have to finish the course. Antibiotic consumption is perhaps the biggest threat to humankind after climate change. We have a ravenous hunger for their magic bug-killing properties, and our addiction to meat eating as part of our cultures means that 80% of the world's antibiotics are poured into animals to make them profitable and easy to farm. This is sowing a wind to reap a whirlwind, because antibiotics effectively act as training gyms for superbugs, and we need to wake up to that fact. Universal urbanization is another huge fact of our time. By 2050, about 70% of the world's population will live in cities. Cities are both fabulous, exciting, and creative, and also crucibles of inequality, greenhouse gases, and multi-million person vectors of infection for diseases, as we have tragically found out over the last year. Climate change acceleration is the result of all of these factors coming together and being supercharged and hyper-accelerated by each other. And this has led to constant habitat destruction, which releases previously untapped zoonotic viruses as we destroy the habitats of animals in forests and caves. Indeed, it's most likely that the current coronavirus emerged from bats in deep caves, which were disturbed by mining. So we need to recognize this world and adapt to it. And all of us in real estate have a big responsibility and a great opportunity to lead our society's development to address all of these issues, which we must do. Next slide, please. Now, one feature of these, one symptom of all these problems is the present pandemic problem. It's not surprisingly at the moment being promoted as the greatest problem facing humankind, and it is the greatest immediate problem, but not the greatest long-term problem. Those are posed by those factors I've just outlined. We're confronted, as we all know, by a global complex and fast evolving disease. Now, the thing about a disease, like any enemy, is that you can plan to combat it and you can implement your plans. But as Mike Tyson said about a plan, everybody has a plan until I punch them in the face. And the problem with the virus is that it is very fast evolving of new variants. It is global and it is going to be difficult to stop. But we will stop it, but it is not going to be easy. And Sartre's football team, I always think, is the other interesting point here. Sartre said that football is an easy game, much complicated by the presence of an opposition. So the vaccines that we've seen develop recently are excellent news, but I think we're all aware of new variants being a challenge to them, manufacturing and distribution being limiting factors, and developmental issues. It's quite likely, of course, that we will all need regular updates of our vaccines, even once we've had them, possibly yearly, just as we do for flu. And that is a gigantic infrastructural and spending exercise for the whole of the developed world, but it may be something that we have to do. The other key thing to remember is that if the COVID disease is anywhere in the world, it is potentially everywhere, because if you allow it to thrive in poor countries and create a pool of variants, it could easily then spread again to the developed world and put the entire world back to square one. So both for moral reasons and for pragmatic ones, the rich world must vaccinate the poor world. And we will only be really free of this virus once we have global vaccination and control policies. And we all need to work together through the WHO and the United Nations and other organizations to achieve that. The most likely scenario to the end of the pandemic, in my view, is that there won't be a clean break end to it anytime soon. But instead, what we'll see is a medium-term vaccine versus variant arm race, with the vaccines getting ahead and then variants responding. And then the ultimate end, hopefully, sometime I would imagine during 2022 would be my best guess, will be global vaccination, the development of some herd immunities, and as often with endemic coronaviruses, a weakening of the virus. And it's at that point that we'll see the final breakthrough, when we not only learn to live with COVID, but learn how to control it and limit its damage. Next slide, please. Now, our societies are caught in a bind, because to deal with the problems that I outlined in my first slide, like climate change, we need to make profound changes to our society. But to recover in the short term, we need to get back to the normal, the pre-pandemic normal we had. And that will mean that we have to get back to our lives, I'm afraid, of unnecessary consumption. The success of modern developed economies depends on all of us making journeys we don't need to make and repeatedly buying things that we don't need to buy. And in the short term, we'll need to get back out there, back into restaurants, back into bars, back into hotels, back into offices, to kickstart that economy again and get the money flowing. But that's not enough. We all know that. To survive long term, we're going to need to develop much more sustainable consumption. And what we need to realize is that although the road to a better long-term normal lies initially through that heavy consumption pre-pandemic normal, we have to escape from that and build a new society. So we first have to fight to open up our economies safely, but then we have to take the steps outlined in slide 4. So next slide, please. We must build a real estate market and real estate assets that are pandemic resilient and that combat climate change. We must see an end to donut commuting cities where people all live round the edges and commute into the centre. In London, about 6 million people a day commute into the centre and then commute back again at night, thus wasting about 2 hours each way and sitting on really, really dirty tubes for a lot longer than they need to. We need to develop a multi-centred cycling and walking cities. And Anne Hidalgo, the mayor of Paris, has got a great vision for this. She imagines the 15-minute city where everything you need will be within 15 minutes and you'll be able to get to it by cycling or walking. Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, is very much trying to follow that vision. It's hard to do but we must develop that multi-centred city if we are to make our cities sustainable and greener. You've heard a lot during this pandemic about offices being dead. Lots of people sitting at their kitchen table, normally people lucky enough to have a big house and a garden, saying that offices are dead. Well, they're not dead because offices have a really vital role to play in building team spirit, in delivering transactions, in training young people, in setting up those water cooler moments, those moments where you pop out to get the team an ice cream or have a chat and see how they're doing. You can't replicate that at home on Teams or Zoom, when very much it's a bit like putting an act on for the TV. You can't really read the signals behind the screen. We will see, though, I think, a rise in the blended office model. We'll see much more working from home. We'll see collaboration spaces. We'll see serviced office spaces. And in my view, we will even see a return to more cellular offices. One of the reasons why, for example, Germany and many of the Nordic countries have been able to stay open better than the UK is that the UK has adopted the US open plan system of offices, which are effectively infection exchange centres in this kind of environment. Whereas our offices in Europe and in the Nordics often have cellular offices. It means people can go in, locate themselves in their cellular offices and work in a socially distanced but still really efficient and office-based way. Retail has been in long-term decline with the rise of Amazon and other delivery giants. But I don't think that we will see its complete demise. We will see its resurrection, I believe, instead by reinvention. Retailers will need to become omni-channel animals with really good online presences, excellent delivery facilities and infrastructure, and then with high street or shopping centre shops that are more designed to showcase and give people an experience. Because physical shopping is still the world's most popular hobby. So I think retail and office, their demise and death, much exaggerated. But what we must all avoid as our societies, I think, and we have seen some of this in the British press, is encouraging great, what I would call Gatsby-esque openings. Anyone of you who's seen the film of The Great Gatsby will remember the giant party, people Charlestoning on top of giant wedding cake structures and jumping around the garden drinking champagne. Now, whilst we must all admit that we're perhaps looking forward to a little bit of that, we need to make sure that when we reopen, we do it cautiously, sensibly and safely, and don't rush back out to restaurants and pubs in an misguided effort to get the economy going again, only to close it very quickly. The other thing, as I've said, we must avoid is the rich world hogging the vaccines. That will only lead to long-term disaster as variants come back to haunt us. The moral thing to do here is also the pragmatic thing. The world must work together to vaccinate it all. And we mustn't think that the pandemic is a non-repeatable freak event. For the reasons I gave above, we now live in the age of zoonotic viruses, the age of potential superbugs, the age of climate change. It's easy to forget that just before the pandemic, more or less the whole of Australia was on fire. And we need to adjust our ways of life and our cities and our real estate to deal with that. So my message to us is that as an industry, we will survive and thrive, but together as a whole real estate industry, we need to work closely together and to collaborate to make sure that everything we do is sustainable, innovative, and most of all, we need to keep a sense of humility and be ready to respond to the surprises that the postmodern world holds for us. Thank you. Happy to take questions, although we seem at the moment to have a slight technical hitch.
Yeah, no problem, Bruce. So thank you so much for the keynote. That was very interesting and obviously very interesting to follow how we come out of this pandemic. But I had a question which serves as a segue to the panel discussion, really. So how do London investors perceive the Nordic and Baltic markets? Do you tend to see them as one, or do you see them as 8 very different and distinct markets?
I think the way that London investors view the Nordics has evolved over the last 10 to 15 years. I think going back to the early 2000s, I think there was perhaps a fairly primitive view of the Nordics as one market. Now I think most investors see them as different, very different markets, and indeed within each country, lots and lots of different sub-markets. So I think the same rules apply for London investors and UK investors, indeed any investor when looking at the Nordics as looking anywhere else geographically. And that is you look for the best markets with probably here the best security and the best covenant strength, tenants, the best possibilities, and then you follow those eternal, if you like, in investing criteria rather than trying to just see them as a block.
That makes sense. Thank you. So with that, that's a great segue into the panel discussion. In fact, so we continue with talking about, can we really view the Nordics and the Baltics as a single market? And we're joined here by a panel of 4. So actually, we'll start from the far end there. So we have Therese Ratic, CEO of Arim. Then we have Peter Norhammer, CEO, Fund Manager of Mutual Real Estate Fund of NRP. Kęstutis Sasnauskas, CEO of East9. And also online, we have Patrick Gulling, partner and CEO of Sirius Capital. Welcome all.
Thank you.
So what we'll do is I'm going to ask you to just briefly summarize the markets that we've asked you to represent. So I'll start in the order that I just introduced you. So Therese, could you talk about the Swedish and the Danish market?
Yeah. So since the main question is about if we can see the Nordics as one market and then specifically Sweden and Denmark, it's easy to see that on a macro level we are very similar. I do believe that we even get more similar or become more similar in the sort of when we view how we compare to the rest of the Europe cope with the COVID situation, for example. We have strong GDP growth. We have a lot of fundamentals that are similar. We also have the sustainability impact and discussions on the level that's based on the culture that these neighbors have together. We can see that we have a strong Nordic sort of common ground. Given that, when we look at Sweden and Denmark again, if I can look at, for example, the real estate or the residential part of the real estate, there's differences in the legislation and regulations. We have, when it comes to the office sector, I would say that we are quite similar in terms of what we want to, sort of what we look for in the office space. But again, saying that, and I think we're going to come back to that soon, it's really different when it comes to how we find objects, how we find tenants, how we work with tenants. So it's really local markets when it comes to how we work with them.
Okay, great. Then Peter, would you do the same for Norway? So just brief, how do you summarize the status of your current market in Norway?
Yeah, first talking about the similarities and differences between the different markets when we're talking about the listed market. I would say the biggest differences are, of course, the size. The size of the supermarket, the number of companies being listed, and the liquidity of the stock being listed is really big differences between the countries. I think we have like 90 listed companies within the Nordics in total. If you add up the D shares and the preference shares and all the project developers and contractors, out of those 90 listed names, roughly 55 comes from Sweden. So Sweden and those companies add up to 80% of the total investment universe here in the Nordics. So Sweden is by far the largest market. Also in Sweden you can find ways to invest in the different sub-sectors and the niches. For example, we can invest in student housing, hotels, and community service companies here in Sweden. Those niches are not present in the other Nordic countries. So that basically that. Also, maybe the financial gearing is a bit higher among the Swedish companies versus the other Nordic companies. That's the main differences, I would say.
Okay,
Yep.
great. And Kęstutis, you have the whole Baltics to cover.
Yeah.
Please summarize.
A completely new region for many of you, but it's still in the Nordics, and it is actually fascinating that to most of our tenants and to most of our clients, we actually can speak Swedish. So we see a very big Nordic presence of companies in the Baltics. Baltics are smaller today. We are the only listed real estate company from the Baltics today. There are some listed funds in the market, but we are the only one company. So again, against 90 companies, it's a difference. But at the same time, I think what is exciting about the Baltics is actually that the Baltic market is growing much faster and comes at a higher yield level. So today, the Baltic economies are growing 3 times faster than the Nordics. It has been a case for last 15 years, last 5 years, and last 3 years. And even this year, we see that the drop will probably be smaller than in the Nordics. So overall, a smaller market, a very vibrant market, a lot of new construction, a lot of new projects, exciting projects, higher profitability, and everything else is very similar to the Nordics. So,
Great. And then last but not least, Patrick.
Yeah, I would say that as for most of the other countries, we always tend to reference ourselves and compare ourselves to Sweden. So that's what I'm going to do also with Finland. I think the market in Finland started becoming more international some 5 years later than Sweden. That meant that we only had a very limited number of years before the finance crisis then put an end to the party. And the Finnish market was always, before the internationalization, it was characterized by 5 or 6 very large real estate owners and a very limited number of transactions. Then when the international players entered the market in, let's say, 04, 03 or 04 maybe, and more bigger numbers than in 05, 06, there were all of a sudden hundreds of players, and that increased the volume a lot. But they were not really enough time before the finance crisis for the market, for the domestic players to develop and start growing. So when the finance crisis hit, the transaction volumes dropped quite a lot, and it took us a long time to get the volume back up again. Now we've had some 10 years of a very booming market, which means that there are a lot of domestic players that have developed. We have some 50 domestic property funds. We have listed vehicles, not so many listed companies, but we've had both IPOs and then companies being privatized from the stock market. but we also have listed open-ended funds and so on. So now you have a completely different market than what we had just on the eve of the finance crisis. And that means that even if there is a downturn in the market, I believe that the volume will be sustained. So we saw a drop of 14% in the last year's volume, but we're still talking about a very, very high turnover of 5-6 billion euros, whereas in the years 10, 11, 12, we have maybe 2 billion a year in turnover. So the market is pretty liquid. The other interesting thing that has happened now in the past 10 years is that a lot of Swedish players have entered the market, both listed companies and non-listed companies. I would say that we have a dozen players, Swedish-based players, who treat Finland as their home market, and it becomes more difficult to really differentiate between international players and domestic players. And I think this is also very important because in Sweden there's an abundance of players, as Peter already mentioned, which keeps the transaction volume high. And now, since Finland is getting more integrated into Sweden, I think that will probably keep the transaction volume high if there were to be a prolonged downturn in Finland. So the market has developed a lot, and we're a completely different situation right now than we were before the finance crisis.
Okay, thanks, Patrick. And shall we just do another round then, sort of digging a little bit deeper into the different markets? So, Teresa, you already implied that you have perhaps different strategies in different markets. Could you maybe expand on that a little bit more?
Yeah. So I mentioned, for example, about the residential market, where we in the different markets have more or less regulations. So that makes us look at the residential market in Denmark, for example, slightly different than or a lot different than we do with Finland, with no regulations at all. We also have, when we look at Denmark and Sweden again, when it comes to the office investments, if I compare, for example, the capital cities, Stockholm and Copenhagen, there is so much, as we know, infinite almost land in Denmark, and we can see that on the rent levels. So the volatility that we get and the risk, but also opportunities that we get in the Stockholm market, for example, we won't get in Copenhagen. So that also means that we need to look at the risk return perspective differently. We haven't mentioned currency, and maybe that's for Patrick and Finland, but that's also something I think we should mention here. And then if we talk about where we are right now, I can see, at least for both Denmark and Sweden, we're almost back to the transaction market, at least, is almost back to, I don't want to say normal, but as before COVID, so it's really happening. However, I want to be humble and say that I personally don't think that we've seen the last. I mean, we're still working very much with tenants. You need to take care and be close to the tenants. You need to know them. And that makes me want to point out that this is still a local business. So that's why we have local people in each market. It's nothing that we could have done from Sweden, as we have our main office, or even London. Yeah.
Great, thanks. And Peter, from the Norwegian point of view, you represent obviously a Norwegian company. So you already started contrasting a little bit Norway and Sweden. Can you maybe expand on that? What's the differences in sentiment that you see now between Norway and Sweden, for example?
Actually, not so many differences, I would say. In general, investors are very happy to invest in real estate. Real estate represents an asset class with a transparent and a positive income stream. Obviously very attractive when we have so very low interest rate levels all around. So, I mean, that goes for Norwegian investors as well as for Swedish and Finnish investors, of course. So positive attitude towards real estate in general. Maybe ESG could be something of a difference between the countries. Obviously, Norway is dependent on the oil sector, and that has led to them being more focused on actually developing new strategies to find sustainable electricity instead. So I feel a little bit more of sense of urgency when it comes to ESG and sustainability questions in Norway, compared to Sweden and maybe for the rest of the Nordic countries as well. Then one thing that is specific for Norway is that historically there have been quite a limited number of listed shares in Norway, but now there has been some changes in the tax legislation. So it has been a lot more attractive to have your real estate assets listed. So I think we will see quite a few IPOs coming into the Norwegian market. And I also think that the interest from investors to invest in listed real estate will actually increase from today's level. So I expect a lot from the listed market in Norway, actually.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yep.
Thank you. And then Kestutis, you already mentioned something about the Baltics. I didn't realise that you actually, a lot of the Baltics speak Swedish. So that is a link to the Nordic sphere. So how Nordic can you call the Baltics?
I think you can call very Nordic in very many respects. I think if you look on the integration that has happened, especially it happened on the financial system where Nordic banks were really very early on investing in the Baltic capitals and Baltic countries and developing their banking business. And today the biggest financing providers locally are actually Swedish banks, two Swedish banks, Swedbank and SEB. But we also see the Baltics, I mean, if you look at the Baltics from a bit of a different perspective, the three Baltic capitals are among the top 10 largest cities in the Nordics. And I think people don't realize that. And then, of course, we have a smaller real estate market. We have lower volume of transactions yet, but it's picking up. And if you look historically, Baltics has a very similar history as Finland, being a part of history with Russia, and unfortunately the last 50 years post-war years in the Baltics basically were the Soviet Union basically deprived the development in that region. Now it's picking up. So we are in the Baltics maybe in that sense the market is more like Sweden office market 15-20 years ago when it was growing, when it was still companies were still relatively small but were accelerating really rapidly. So from that perspective I see Baltics gradually integrating. And if you look why I'm telling that we speak Swedish, most of our tenants are actually Nordic companies, both in telecom and banking. So we basically can communicate in Nordic languages with them very easily. But they are growing their business. I mean, Norwegian Visma is programming Norwegian school system in Vilnius, and Danske Bank is providing core services for its operations in Vilnius as well. So we see a lot of those services and being moved and very successfully developed out of this region.
That's good, and that actually it's quite a nice segue to Patrick. So we're talking about Sirius Capital being a Finnish company listed in Sweden. Do you think you'd see the Baltics as a target to invest as well?
Yes, so Sirius Capital Partners is a fund manager who had funds that invested into supermarkets, and then we created a company called Cybus that we then listed in Sweden. We're not listed, but that company was listed. Yeah. And the reason we did that in Sweden was just because of the reasons that Peter said, that's really the Stockholm Stock Exchange is really the main marketplace for Nordic property companies. So, a lot of investors who focus on that market when it comes to real estate companies and so on. So that's where you get the most visibility. So that was one of the reasons. And the other reason was that we wanted to expand into Sweden, which that company later has done in 1 year ago, bought a portfolio in Sweden is now very much present in both those countries, and then it makes more sense being listed also in the stock exchange of Stockholm. The Baltics, I find, so first of all, if we talk about the Nordic being one region, I think it's easy to, if you come from outside the Nordics, it's very easy to think that this is one region and you can just fly into Stockholm and then you do business everywhere and you kind of get exposure to all countries like that. I think it's very difficult for someone who comes from outside of the region to treat this as one region. Whereas if you are from within this region, then it's actually pretty easy to do business in the other Nordic countries because we have the same type of business culture, the same way of thinking, and we know each other in a way. It's really like a family. With the Baltics, I find it's the same thing, that you kind of think that they're one region, but then when you go there and you realize that they're three completely separate countries, all with their separate legal system and separate languages and everything. And I think they are a very interesting region for real estate investments on a private level. There's a lot of people, private individuals and smaller family offices from Finland who have made investments into the Estonian real estate market, and I think that's a step that you can do. For Cybus, we have so far not considered that because it's hard to really get the volume that would justify getting to know the region in the level you need to know to be operational there. So we rather thought that the barrier to entry for us was a lot lower going into Sweden, and then the market in Sweden was provided a lot of more opportunities to grow really significantly. So I think after that the next regions would probably be Norway or Denmark, and then once you're present everywhere here, then you could start thinking about other regions.
Okay, that's really interesting. Thanks, Patrick. And actually, Patrick, you answered already the final question, so I'll just ask it to the last three here. So can we consider Nordics and Baltics a single market? I think Patrick was the opinion, probably not. Teresa, you're probably going to have a similar comment.
Yeah, and I agree on that. And it's one region with strong common fundamentals, but different markets. We act differently in the different markets.
Yeah, exactly. And anything to add, Peter?
No, I agree with what you said earlier here. I think all Nordic markets are quite attractive markets when you look at the state economics and the GDP development and the banking system and so on and so forth. Very attractive and stable economies. Lots of similarities, but and the business culture in the countries are similar but not identical. So one region, but
many facets.
A few markets.
Yeah,
let's say.
And Kestu, this final words for you.
I come from a region where actually differences in languages are even bigger compared to the Nordics, but we see it Baltics as more common compared to maybe from the outside. Of course, markets are different. We speak different languages. We have relatively similar legislation. All countries within EU, everything is in euros. So the market is very common. I think when you look from a sort of Nordic perspective, Stockholm is a very attractive place, being a listed company. So basically, as an investor in the Nordics or coming to Stockholm, you can actually find even the Baltic exposure if you want, or some others. So from that perspective, I think it's an interesting opportunity. But of course, everybody has their own small peculiarities. So yeah.
Great, sorry. Thank you so much for the panel, Teresa, Peter, Kęstutis, and Patrick as well online. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So I think now we go into a small video. Yeah. Well, welcome back. The next session we're looking at the rules of the game. So that implies legal aspects and tax aspects of transactions and so forth in the Nordics and the Baltics. So we're joined by, first of all, Tord Svensson from Evershed Sutherland, and Sari Jakobsson from the tax partner from EY RCH as well. So we have a presentation from both of you. So please, Tord, why didn't you start?
Yeah, most welcome everybody, and please let me start with a brief presentation. As Sasha mentioned, my name is Tord Svensson, and I grew up professionally with 5 years in the German mortgage banking industry many years ago, pioneering basically the cross-border transaction financing coming into Scandinavia, Sweden and Denmark and the other Scandinavian countries. And then I've been, for the past 20 years now, long career history, a lawyer in Stockholm. So I heard some talks about now our formal panel about the languages and about the region and one region. And I thought maybe for the lawyers we would start with a brief lesson about the region, saying, okay, we have one region, 8 countries. And we had also the mentioning of languages here earlier, and we see on the map here 3 different sort of languages indicated. Light blue color is the Scandinavian German languages, and then with the green ones coming from an Indo-European, and then the Finnic ones in the blue. Sort of a basic introduction for everyone to know what we're talking about, since we are lawyers on the panel now. So I took this opportunity. And we also love definitions as lawyers. So we have the Baltics, which are the bottom right-hand corner 3 countries. And we have the Scandics, those are the mid 3 countries, saying Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, defined by the mountain range going across. And the Nordics would be simply a short form from Northern Europe, sort of more covering many countries and what you rather would like to put in there. And we went now into the legal side and to see basically if there is any expectations for integration through regulatory initiatives. And the region is joined up, and there is a sort of legal background and legal history, which was codification starting by on the continent with Code Napoleon back in the early 1900s, and then coming through to the Bürgerliches Gesetzbuch under Kaiser Wilhelm. And then we had a tradition starting in Scandinavia, 1870s, with joint initiatives to create civil law fundamenta. And those, you could say, were very successful and has been very successful historically. And we have a most recent example lies 30 years back with the Common Sale and Purchase of Goods Act in the 90s, coming into a similar legislation across the Nordics, or across the Scandics rather. And then we have also initiatives with the Nordic Council and the Nordic Council of Ministers being on a governmental level, where the governments cooperate. Today, civil law, not. Today, they fight pandemics, of course, together, and they also look at fighting crimes and chasing drug dealers and stuff, but they do not look at sort of civil law kind of common fundamental sort of reforms. EU, EEA, that is also rather a driver splitting up the region, since we have EU countries and we have non-EU countries. Also not much hope to be found there. And I think the Baltics are sort of a region where you have a Bürgerliches Gesetzbuch and a German sort of tradition still there with notaries and stuff, but not sort of a common ground. And some details as to the regulatory environment is that when you come to the Nordics, or when you come to this region, you can generally say that there is information available. You can do your due diligence, you can rely on the information in general, And there is also a trust in the legal system. Enforcing your rights, enforcing your claims will also work across the region. And specifics, there is a east-west split. If you go east, you need a notary for everything, or at least there is often a notary involved. If you go west in the region, there is regularly not a notary involved. And if you look at share deals, assets deals, which is a sort of a common structure issue, that is basically driven by tax always. If you go with creating a structure with shares or a structure of assets. And what you could say with specific is also within the region, there are certain regions or clusters of doing business. In the Baltic countries, you see Baltic people doing deals across the region. If you go to the Öresund region, which is the south of Sweden and Denmark, you see the people there doing cross-border deals regularly, and you see those clusters. And I don't know if my 5 minutes are up, but I wanted also to touch base briefly on what can we expect to answer the first questions. Will we get integration through regulations? Will there be a more sort of cost-saving, cost-efficient, time-efficient, and also reliable structure coming through regulation? Yeah, possibly. Politicians, EU, I ruled that out a bit, didn't I? Mm-hmm. And then saying AI, yes, possibly. There could be some reform which we could touch on if we have time.
Great.
Where we see AI driving also reliability in the systems. Investors, yes, they drive very much the regulation and the innovation also of consultants, where we sort of export and import deal structures from London, from New York into the Scandics as well. Mm. And the other, there should have been a question mark on those others, because that was basically saying that there could be others, there could be a black swan, there could be a pandemic, there could be other things coming up, but on my horizon now there is only a question mark after that other.
Great, thanks for that summary.
And of course I wanted to thank the audience for listening, and also my colleagues for briefing me on all the insights on the various jurisdictions. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. So, Sarah, you ready?
Yep.
Yep. Tax issues then. So, you have a short presentation on tax.
Yeah, I do. And without in any way claiming to be an expert of the tax rules in all these countries, I would try to give you an overview of the most relevant similarities and differences. And if starting with the corporate income tax perspective, I believe that the region could generally be split in two camps. We have the Nordics on one hand and the Baltics on the other hand. And in the Nordics, I would say all countries have what I would say a standard tax system where taxable profits are calculated and subject to corporate income tax on a yearly basis. And the corporate income tax rates, they vary between 20 to 22%. In the Baltic states, the tax rules are, at least from my perspective, a bit more complex, but generally also more tax favorable. In, for example, Latvia and Estonia, profits are only taxed when distributed. And the corporate income tax rates are also generally a bit lower than in the Nordics. And in the Nordics, as Tord was mentioning also here, almost all real estate transactions are done by way of share deals. And the reason for that is that sale of properties are taxable, and whereas the sale of shares can be structured to be tax exempt. And to compensate for not getting a step up of the tax basis of the properties, a deduction for deferred tax is normally allowed in a share deal. And I would say in Sweden we have a kind of a clear market practice where we have a 25% deduction for deferred tax. And I think looking at the other countries, my impression is that this is normally not that openly discussed or disclosed as in Sweden, but still considered when making the bid. And in the Baltic states, it should typically also be preferable to make a share deal. There may be some tax triggered upon if a foreign shareholder would sell shares in a local propco, but generally then at a low tax rate. And also from a real estate transfer tax perspective, the share deals would be the preferred route. The only country having transfer tax on share deals is actually Finland, but if structured properly, I think this is also possible to avoid. All countries in the region have implemented interest deduction limitation rules and generally covering both internal and external loans. The rules are based on an EU directive, and they are also very similar in general to the German rules, for those who are familiar with those rules. And the deduction for net interest expense is limited to 30% of EBITDA, and we have a safe harbor rule generally of 3 million euro. But here Sweden stands out and has chosen a safe harbor rule of only 500,000 euro, and then also applied on group level. As regards profit repatriation, I would say generally all countries have withholding tax on dividends to foreign shareholders, but typically dividends paid to an EU or tax treaty resident parent company would be tax exempt. Denmark has during quite a long time applied a very strict beneficial ownership concept and somewhat simplified to the extent dividends are automatically redistributed, or if there is a lack of substance in the recipient company, then the withholding tax assessment should be made with the ultimate shareholder or investor, and this regardless of any direct EU parent company. And I would say this is also a common trend within the European Union and in this region, and I think that in the near future it's very likely that we will see the same type of rules also in the other countries in this region. As regard interest payment, it's generally only Denmark and Estonia that would charge withholding tax on interest on intercompany loans. And considering the expected development as regards withholding tax on dividends, I think the general structuring advice would of course be to try to maximize the level of debt in the local propco. Few words on VAT. From a general perspective, the VAT rules within the region are more harmonized than the direct tax rules, but there are still differences. And unfortunately, the real estate VAT is typically the least harmonized area. But sale of shares and properties are generally exempt from VAT. Some countries have an exception for the sale of newly constructed buildings. Maybe time is running out, but
just a quick summary, and I've got one question for both of you.
Yeah. Should I stop? Maybe I can just
Please,
have my
summarize.
conclusion here.
Yeah.
Even if all countries in the region, then except for Norway, is part of the European Union, and there is an ongoing harmonization of the tax rules in the member states, I think that it's fair to conclude that there are still important differences between the countries, and local tax advice is crucial to get correct input to financial modeling and also to optimize tax structuring.
Mm. And actually, I'll continue from how you summarized there. So there is harmonization, and my question was actually, have you seen a trajectory in the right direction?
Yes, I would say so.
So we can assume investors will find it an easier path when it comes to
I think
tax.
one example is the interest limitation rules and also the withholding tax issues that I discussed, where I think we will have similar rules in the future.
Yeah, exactly. And from your point of view as well, could you say that there's more harmonization across the way the law works, or is it a different story?
Yes, I think you could say it's a different story. Okay. It will rather be driven maybe by AI, as I mentioned, and maybe also the investors sort of pushing through for the integration, rather than that the legislator should find time to work on sort of big projects like they did in the earlier decades or centuries even.
Yeah, exactly. And any other final comments, Sarah, on the tax side? I sort of cutting you short earlier.
No, I don't know. I think that if looking at to compare to other markets a bit, and if looking at some of the general intentions of the real estate related tax law in the Nordics compared to other markets, I think one comment that you can have is that I would say that it's only Finland, as far as I'm aware at least, that has implemented specific tax rules that are applicable to mutual real estate funds. And this is very common in other big markets. And I think in this region, I would say that in the Nordics at least, there are generally this type of rules for security-based investment funds, but not for real estate. And I don't know whether could you have some sort of general feeling that real estate investments have not been a prioritized area for the Nordic tax legislators, perhaps.
Could be. And is that a similar story with, and you have experience from Germany as well? What's the story in terms of, are the Nordics more difficult when it comes to the legal side as well?
I think that they are not more difficult. I think the Germans, they are difficult enough, so to say, but definitely the rules in the entire region come from the continent. So I mean, there's no site of common law, there is no problem with title, you have a robust system in every jurisdiction where you can know what you have an easy access to knowing what you buy. I mean,
there's transparency.
Our firm's largest client in the UK is a Swedish bank, and they send people here to train the Swedish lawyers in how to establish what they're actually financing in the UK, because it's such a difference with the finding out the title.
So that's
the
main difference
sort of, and that you don't encounter anywhere in the Nordic region.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for your time. Both of you, thank you very much for the interesting insights to the tax and legal side. So next we go for a short break, which I think will take to 5 minutes, I think. Thank you. welcome back.
The drop last year in GDP was, you can see in the bottom diagram, like 4% in the Nordic countries, and the Baltics were also like 4% down, while Europe in general was down 8-9%. So I would say that the Nordic region right now is one of the absolutely more interesting ones in a European context, and I think that will translate to increased foreign investments going forward when the traveling restrictions also will ease. To give some figures regarding the market size, we can see here that the population in the Nordics is roughly 3.5% of Europe, while the Nordic economy is a bit larger, like 5% of Europe, while looking at the property market is significantly larger. Transaction volume last year was like 15% of Europe, and looking at the market cap for the listed real estate, it's almost 20% in the Nordics. So the Nordics is a large and important market in terms of from a property perspective.
I think we've lost sound for a moment. Would you go back for Lil?
Yeah, like this page once again, or
one more page, I think. Yeah.
Start over from here.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Yeah, we see a strong investment case for the Nordics in general right now. We can see that the Nordic economy historically has handled the earlier crisis very well. And the drop last year in GDP was about 4% in the Nordic countries, actually more or less the same in the Baltic countries, while we see the grey average here for Europe dropping like 8-9%. So I would say that the Nordics is one of the most interesting regions right now when it comes to property investments in Europe. In terms of market size, the Nordic population is roughly 3.5% of the European population, while the economy is roughly 5%, and the property market is significantly larger. The transaction volume last year was almost 15% of Europe, and the listed market cap was almost 20%. So the Nordics is an important and quite large region from a property perspective. And if we compare the Nordic countries individually, we can see that this in the middle here there are 5-year average figures. We can see that the Swedish market is the largest, roughly 40% of transaction volumes, a bit more. The listed market cap is 80% plus of the Nordics. But if you look at as a destination for foreign investments, actually Finland and Denmark are equally large. So Sweden, Finland and Denmark roughly takes 1/3 of all capital inflow. Looking to the right here, the Baltics, yeah, it's a smaller region. In terms of population, it's 20% plus of Nordics, but the transaction volume is roughly 2% only. So I think that is something that the panels can address later in this seminar, the benefit of the Baltics being part of the Nordic context. Of course, financing is very important. Right now, there are very low central bank rates across the Nordics, and it's a very small difference between the different countries, following a 3-step cut in Norway. Going forward, it's a bit more upward pressure in Norway, quite flat in Sweden, and perhaps a more downward pressure in Finland and Denmark, following the ECB rate more closely. And looking at bond margins here for some Swedish companies to the right and Norwegian bonds to the left, we can see it was a sharp increase in March last year. Margins more or less doubled. Then they have gradually improved, and today, yeah, the bond cost is more or less back to the same level as pre-corona. So it's cheap and available financing in general in the Nordics. And quite important in a Nordic context is the institutional ownership. Here is one picture showing the largest institutions in each country and their property allocation. And it's interesting to see that these property allocations have gone in different directions over the last years, with the Swedish institutions coming from quite low levels, increasing their property allocation, and other countries, especially Finland and Norway, coming from high levels and decreasing it a bit. We can come back to that later. I think it plays a major role in this integration scheme. Then some words about the Nordic cross-border activity historically. Right now, we see a strong inflow of capital to all Nordic countries. Last year, if we aggregate the numbers, the net investments summed up to 7.5 billion euro, so quite big numbers. Positive net flow in all individual countries. If we broaden the perspective a bit and only looking at Sweden, we can see that it was a big wave of international investments in the beginning of the 20th, starting like 2004 perhaps and ending at the financial crisis. After that, this red line, you can see that it was a net inflow of capital for many years. And then again, like 3 years ago, it started again to come up to big net investments in Sweden. So we have like this first and second wave of big international investments in the Swedish market. And if we compare these two waves, there are some differences. In both waves, it's a mix of international and pan-Nordic investors, a bit more Asian money in this last wave, but perhaps more interesting, we see more core capital coming from abroad right now. We also see a broader investment perspective, with also including resi, for example, and much focus on the logistics sector. And also in the first wave, you could buy portfolios in general at discounts and then dismantle them, so to speak. While now it's quite difficult to find value-add deals, and big platforms are often priced at a premium. So there are some differences as well. Over time, we can see the investor preferences changing. Here in the first years, you can see it was much focus on office, the gray color, and also many retail deals, the pink color. And then in the last years, it has been a big rush to resi year by year. And that is not only like a Swedish trend, it's also following a general trend in Europe. I think this is a quite nice overview of the top 5 biggest buyers in the Swedish market from a foreign perspective, year by year. You can see the names are changing, of course. In the beginning here, it was like Acta, Keops in top, and during the last years, you find more like Blackstone and Starwood and other names in the top positions. You can also see it's quite a mixture, 50-50, between pan-Nordic investors and more like global names. And just giving a very short feeling of some like big international flows coming to the Nordics. Yeah, for example, the Anglo-American big investors, they have been here like 20 years, starting with Blackstone doing their first acquisition in '98, I think it was. Complemented with Germans coming some years later, more focusing on single assets and actually quite much focus on resi in the last couple of years. I don't know if you remember this, but for some time it was much talk about the 3 I's as well. Ireland, Iceland and Israel were quite active investors from small countries before the financial crisis, but not as active today. Instead, we've seen more Asian money in the last 3-4 years, focusing on office and logistics and preferring a euro exposure, so having a preference for Finland also. And finally, the biggest investor group in the Swedish market historically has been the Norwegian investors, buying across all segments. And with strong competition in the Norwegian market, it's kind of natural to look at the big Swedish property market. So now we've talked about the inflow of capital to Sweden. In the last few years, these capital flows have reversed. So we just like to finish with pointing at the rapid Swedish expansion abroad. If we aggregate the numbers, we can see that Swedish investors have invested more than 200 Swedish billion in the last 6 years. Here you can see towards which countries and which sectors the investors have turned. Finland is the biggest destination here, but also we see both global and pan-Nordic investors and into a variety of sectors. And to give a feeling, roughly 25% of the capital during this period has been invested abroad from Sweden. It's a mix of institutions and listed companies, also some private property companies. Just giving some example of the key drivers behind this expansion. First, I would say that we have like an increased cross-border activity overall. So it's not a thing that only has occurred in Sweden, but I would say it's very hard competition in the Swedish property market in general. The investors are hunting higher yields abroad. This expansion is also driven by financing reasons, for example, turning to Finland and more cheap euro bonds. And the Swedish companies are also very large, so there are some economies of scale in this expansion, and they're also possible to specialize if you're a large investor to a larger extent. And I would like to finally point to 2 groups who have driven this expansion to a large extent. It's the very big Swedish listed property sector, valued at a premium, being very expensive, and also like the institutional ownership in Sweden, increasing from quite low property allocation to a quite high property allocation today. I think we could end there.
Great, thanks so much. It was very interesting to see the different markets and where the money is flowing and how the integration has developed. One thing I'd like to return to is the sectors, really, which sectors have people invested in and investors gone into. Is there any link between the region and sector? So would investors go for offices in Sweden, resi in Denmark, or something like this generally, or?
I think the biggest shift that we've seen is that the international investors historically looked more at commercial property, office and retail, and sectors that were quite equal across all countries, like free liberal markets. While, for example, the resi market is more naturally dependent on the national rules. And that has been an obstacle historically. So I would say that the resi markets have been more domestically dominated. But that changed a couple of years ago. When, for example, Vonovia have bought very big resi portfolios. And a lot of other German investors are following their example. And so I would say in general, it's more quite open right now. You can invest in whatever country and whatever sector. Yeah.
So basically they're picking the best sector to be in, basically whatever the country. It doesn't really matter too much anymore.
In general, I think that the Swedish market is more priced. Some would say perhaps overpriced in some segments. So perhaps you turn to Denmark if you want to find lower square meter prices, lower rents, and so it was a period of higher rents in higher yields in Finland, attracting foreign investors. But that has more or less compressed. So that case perhaps is not so apparent today.
Okay, very interesting. Well, thank you so much for your presentation. It was a very, very good insight into how the integration of the Nordic markets has gone. So thank you so much for your presentation. And we'll now turn our attention to the funding picture, and we'll be coming up with 4 presentations. So welcome back. So we are talking about financing in the Nordic market. So we have 4 presentations, short presentations, 5 minutes each, from Jonathan Lai, Director of Auxilium Financial Risk Management, Jonas Andersson, Deputy CEO and CFO at Slato. Kestutis is back, CEO of Eastnine, as you remember. And then afterwards we also have Philip Heibrun and Tord Svensson from Evershit Sutherland coming at the end. So I was wondering, maybe Jonas, you would like to start with your presentation.
Absolutely. So thank you for the opportunity to be here. So I've been asked to speak briefly about the funding climate in general and how the sentiment has been affected by COVID.
Excuse me. We have a small technical issue. 1 second. Kestutis, maybe you could start first.
I think we're fixed.
We're fixed. Okay.
So let's try that again. So thank you for having me. And I've been asked to speak briefly about the funding climate and how the sentiment has been affected by COVID. So let's start off briefly with equity. And in my view, the availability of equity is strong across all investor types. There's a high interest to invest in real estate from institutions, listed entities, funds, and private investors alike. The massive financial stimulus and amount of liquidity available has benefited most of asset classes, and real estate is no exception. Expectations of low interest rates over a foreseeable future, combined with continued stimuli from central banks, will likely keep driving capital into real estate. We can expect a strong inflow of both institutional and private capital, both from domestic and foreign investors, at least in the short to medium term. Moving on to the bank market, during 2020, including the early stages of the pandemic, the availability of bank financing remained fairly stable, at least in Sweden, while less so in other parts of Europe. While overall availability and sentiment of bank financing is okay at present, I would say that the general impression is that the banks are de-risking, and there's a trend towards decreasing leverage levels and a lowered willingness to refinance based on yield compression alone. This is also reflected in what types of segments are bankable, where residential, public use, warehouse and logistics stand out on the positive side, whereas other segments such as office and retail are less in favor and are experiencing higher margins. Although naturally there's a spread within the segment as well. Overall, while the impact from COVID on the availability of bank finance has been surprisingly low, we can expect some banks to be more cautious in terms of asset types and counterparties going forward, and we also can expect some upward pressure on margins. This is highlighting the need for alternative sources of financing, such as the bond market. If the bank market held up better than expected, one of the most obvious effects of COVID could be observed in the bond market. And if the last 12 months has been somewhat of a roller coaster in the real world, it's fair to say that the same goes for the bond market, in particular the high yield segment. Following the outbreak of the pandemic, liquidity disappeared more or less overnight. And when it started to return, there was a flight to safety, and credit spreads between investment grade and high yield bonds widened sharply. While the investment grade market normalized fairly quickly, high yield funds had massive outflows in February and March, resulting in a dry spell with very few deals being done basically from February to August. In September and October, we saw a high activity level in the bond market, and it has also opened quite strongly in 2021 with unusually high activity, in particular in the high yield segment, while investment grade is a bit sluggish. As liquidity has returned to the debt capital market, it's likely that the trend of property companies diversifying the funding sources by issuing bonds as a complement to traditional bank financing will continue. As history has shown, the debt capital market could be vulnerable to major hiccups in the pandemic recovery, but this is likely mitigated by the ongoing actions of the central banks, and I would expect availability of credit towards the real estate market to remain strong. Having said that, it is likely that the widening credit spreads between in favor and out of favor segments of the real estate industry will remain. I would also like to touch briefly on alternative lenders such as financial institutions offering bilateral loans and debt funds. After quite a few years of being talked about but fewer deals actually being made, we're starting to see more direct lending, and hopefully this will serve as an additional source of capital to diversify the sources of funding in real estate. We see direct lending being used especially in three types of assets: low risk and stable assets where direct lending competes directly with bank financing, high risk mezzanine type of financing, and other type of deals where there's complexity. Typical upsides of using alternative lenders is execution speed, flexibility in terms of structuring, higher LTVs, and longer durations. On the flip side, it often comes at a higher price. To sum up, in spite of a turbulent year, financing conditions overall look fairly healthy at present, with high levels of equity being available and debt capital markets being offered for business. There's also a positive trend for alternative lending. However, we can probably expect banks to focus on serving prioritized clients, reducing LTVs, and increasing margins going forward. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Jonas. Kęstutis, the Baltic region.
Thank you very much.
Just a small technical issue. Great, we're back on. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I was asked to speak about the Baltic financing opportunities. And Baltics, of course, is a smaller market compared to our neighboring Nordic markets. Nevertheless, as in the previous presentation, what I mentioned is that the Baltic market is dominated primarily by Nordic banking institutions. The top largest banks here in Sweden are the dominating banks in all three Baltic countries. providing relatively similar financing opportunities for real estate investors. From our perspective, we see that margins are very similar to the Nordic markets. The LTV levels are also relatively similar to what we see here, with maybe one biggest difference is that in the Baltics, the amortization levels are significantly higher. So if you borrow from a bank in the Nordics, you probably do not amortize on your loans, at least at a certain LTV. If you borrow in the Baltic banks with the same parents, your amortization schedules are relatively steep. And as a company, we amortize, for instance, 3.5% of our loan stock annually, so which is quite heavy for a growing company. Other than that, financing is very, very similar. I would deem that availability hasn't changed due to pandemic. There are some real estate companies that have been affected. We fortunately were not very heavily affected during the crisis and haven't seen a change in the banking appetite on the transactions that we look. But I could say that probably there is a difference between higher risk objects and lower risk objects for the appetite. So there we probably see a higher differentiation overall. The other aspect in the Baltics is that we still lack green financing, and I would encourage all the banks to work faster on this. Today, green financing is not really available within the banks, and overall, there is no allocations for green financing within the bond market. If we look at the bond market overall, it's still very underdeveloped. It's very early stage. The real estate bond issuance maybe is around 50-60 million euros only, which is nothing in the Baltics. But we really, I would really encourage bond investors to start looking more seriously in this market, because the risk-reward patterns are actually very, very compelling, and they could be very nice opportunities, even though from smaller levels. All Baltic countries are in euro. It's one common market in Eurozone. So we see maybe more of financing in the future coming from the continental Europe, from the European investors as well. So this is briefly from me.
That's
I don't know if I made it in 5 minutes or maybe shorter.
Thank you, Kestu. That's absolutely fine. And I'd like to thank both of you, actually, Jonas and Kestu, for your overviews.
Thank you.
We'll next move to Jonathan Lai, talking about FX strategies, which Kestu has already implied. Jonathan, are you online?
Hi. Good afternoon.
Afternoon. So please, I think you should be able to share your presentation.
Okay, so first, thank you very much for inviting me to speak. My name is Jonathan Lai, and I've been advising real estate clients on interest rate, foreign exchange, and inflation hedging since 2007, and established my own business in auxiliary financial risk management in 2018. Now, hopefully, we should have a presentation. I can't see that, but hopefully, we should be able to change through the presentation, and that will give us the structure to the presentation. So we should now be on the second slide, which is talking about what we'll cover, yes. And we'll essentially go through why we hedge, what we should consider hedging, how we hedge, very, very briefly, the basic products, and then some other things to think about, and then summarize that very quickly. So we should now be on the third slide, which is giving us an overview of the euro against SEK, NOK, and DKK. Essentially, the point of this is to show that the currencies move in in quite a considerable range. And to put that into context, an investment of 10 million euros in Sweden over the course of 5 years, the range of currency has an impact of 1.8 million euros. So that would have an impact on IRR, assuming it was over a full 5-year period, which in fact it was slightly shorter than that. It would have an impact of about 3.5%. So you can see that this movement in currency has a potentially significant impact on the returns that you could receive. So moving on to my next slide. So what? Currencies move. We know that, but what should we consider doing? So that depends upon really what we're trying to get from our investments. If you're looking at an opportunistic return, that's a sort of 20% IRR, perhaps you're not so concerned about the impact of 3.5%. And the point you probably make is that actually I'm not going to be going in at the worst point and leaving at the worst point. I'll be somewhere in between. I think it is worth noting, though, that the spikes that you see on the charts initially were at moments of distress earlier, about this time last year, and that might have been that you could be not a forced seller, but perhaps an encouraged seller at a point that you might be trying to sell your most liquid assets. So being hedged could have been very helpful at that point in time. So first of all, understanding what your investment objectives are is important. Then, have you got any natural hedge? What currency is your hedging in? What currency is your financing in? What's the purpose? Next, thinking about what the purpose should we be? Looking to protect your initial equity or clients in a different currency.
Yeah, I think, Jonathan, you can continue.
Okay, brilliant. Thank you. So perhaps you've borrowed in a different currency, and you're looking to hedge that exposure. One thing is hedging at the point of exit. So if you're a cross-border investor and you've decided on the sale price of your asset, you've looked at the spot rate at that point, understood what you're going to get returned to your investors in your home currency, between signing and confirming the sale price and the currency could move against you, and that would be a really important point to be considering hedging. So what instruments are available to you? Now we should be looking at a slide that has FX forwards, FX options, and a cross-currency swap. And very simply, very quickly, an FX forward is the obligation to exchange currencies at a known rate at a known point in the future. Things to consider with this are credit and liquidity. You have to be able to potentially pay collateral over the course of the trade itself, as it will be an asset or potentially a liability to you. And again, that requires a credit relationship with your counterparty. FX options, they are the right but not the obligation to exchange currency at a known point in the future at the strike rate on the option. This will never be a liability to you once you've paid the upfront premium, and it acts like an insurance policy. The third approach, and there are others, but these are generally it's best to keep it simple with FX hedging. The third approach is to use a cross-currency swap. And this is a way of hedging a series of cash flows over the life of an investment. Perhaps you've lent in SEK from a euro source of funds, or any of the other currencies. And there are several ways of doing this. This could be floating cross-currency swap where you're paying STIBOR, for example, and receiving Euribor plus a spread. You can fix one of those two legs, or you could have fixed. You can have a final and initial exchange, and there's a number of different ways that can be structured. It can be a very appropriate way of creating a synthetic income in a different currency, but there are risks associated with it because of the very prescriptive nature of each of the cash flows. Now, moving on, there are other things that we need to consider within the FX hedging world. The regulations are important, and if you're considered to be a financial counterparty, the collateralization requirements are more stringent, and that potentially causes challenges in itself, especially for real estate private equity funds, where the availability of cash is not necessarily very easy to come by. Calling from investors for collateral purposes is not necessarily something people want to do. Liquidity. It's often said that an unrealized FX loss is not going to kill you, but the requirement to pay or post collateral tomorrow, it could require or could be impossible, could create all sorts of stress. So you have to consider liquidity and the availability of it when you're looking at your FX hedging. Credit is another point we've already mentioned briefly. And a subtle point on the benefits of the interest rate differential. So when you're looking at a forward rate, very quickly, you're taking the spot rate and then the impact of the difference in the interest rates between the two currencies you're looking at, and that can work in your favor or that can work against you. When it works in your favor, that's great, because it can cover some of the cost of hedging and making a hedging decision easier. So, as I said, we'd be flying through this because I'm probably running short of time already. So we've had a look at why hedge. That should be really driven by your business plan and what you're looking to protect. Understanding your hedging objectives is key. Am I looking to protect my equity that I've injected initially? Am I looking to be unhedged through the life of my investment and then just hedge at the end when I've agreed a sale price? So being very clear on the strategy that you're going to employ. There are a couple of straightforward and simple instruments to use, and it really is best to keep it simple for hedging purposes. And then finally, really understanding the operational impacts of the FX hedging that you put in place, the impacts of liquidity and collateral payments, and the requirement for credit. I will hand you back now.
Great, thank you so much, Jonathan. It's a lot of material to go through in such a short time.
Indeed.
We don't really have time for many questions, so I'll go ahead and introduce the next two speakers, Philip Heilbrunn, and of course we'll welcome back Tord Svensson from Evershed Sutherland, and you'll be talking about the regulatory side of funding. Please.
Thank you so much. Yes, now it's time to put a bit more focus on the legal aspects of real estate financing. And as said, it will be me, Philip Heilbrunn, and my colleague Tord Svensson that will give this hopefully short presentation in the form of a legal overview of the legal systems in the region. Real estate financing is, as you know, a very broad and complex topic, which I could go on for hours or even days to talk about, but we will not do that. And as an example, when Tord started in the German banking business 4 ages ago, he spent 1 year of trying to lay out the legal map in this specific region. We will do that in 5 minutes, so bear with us. To be very precise and in essence, availability of financing in a legal market assumes that also the legal systems in the various jurisdictions are up for it. This means that there has to be an effective legal environment relating to contract law, security law, enforcement, and unfortunately also disputes. It happens sometimes that the parties does not always agree on things, or things end up in the wrong way. Legal systems will also need to be well prepared and well tested for real estate financing, and in order for lenders to assume risk in the regions and provide financing, the most common liens that you typically see in real estate financing must be available. And the good news here is that we can all mark a check for these requirements, because at least in our view, the legal systems in the region are robust and well prepared for the future and complex real estate financing transactions. Having said that, that is the main rule. Of course, there are local differences in all the jurisdictions. Sometimes there are large and difficult differences. Sometimes it's just details. We should be able to say that in general, local mandatory law applies to taking security, maintaining security, and also certain limitations in relation to legal entities to provide security, as security for the financing. I should also mention that a trend or something that we have seen in the market for quite some time has been that the transactions are more and more complex, and that leads, of course, to more and more complex financing transactions as well, including extensive security packages and also new and other types of legal challenges for us as advisors. I could also mention that at least happy for us that when you do real estate financing transactions, there's a lot of documentation that we need to take care of. And one trend that we have seen and will see more of in the future is that the documentation that is used in the market is influenced by the Loan Market Association, and most likely the influence will increase in the future. In the real estate financing market, you still see a lot of locally based templates, but we believe that that will change. Now we thought that it could be a good idea just to mention what are the most common liens or security interests that you typically see in financing transactions in the region. And needless to say, the primary security assets and a good topic for this webinar is, of course, mortgages in real estate, which is the undisputable primary security asset. Then we have the pledge of shares, very common, of course, and in share transfer, where you have the real property located in an SPV, it's more or less mandatory. But if you have a more complex financing transaction, perhaps a portfolio acquisition or just general banking lending to a large group, you sometimes see share pledges downstream in relation to the shares in all subsidiaries. Other forms or other types of security that you see are pledges of intergroup loans, rental income, pledges of bank accounts, and in connection with transactions or acquisitions, you also see pledges of rights under the acquisition documents. Whether you are a lender or a borrower, you always need to put some focus on the security package and do a careful overall assessment. And the reason for that is that taking security is sometimes easy, but also sometimes complex and can cost a lot of money. And each jurisdiction have their own details, or I don't know how to put it, but difficulties. You have to look at formalities, such as notarization. You have to look at whether or not there are some heavy registration fees, stamp duty, and also quite burdensome requirements for actually making an agreed security interest enforceable against, for instance, a bankruptcy receiver or competing creditors. When you have done that assessment, you need to compare the costs, and as a main rule, if the cost for obtaining that security is not proportional to the benefit that the lender actually receives, then that security interest is most likely excluded from the security package, at least in this particular market. Should we perhaps go to the next slide? And the final one. We thought that well, a final part of this presentation would be just to highlight a few uncommon limitations and challenges that you might face when you are focusing on a transaction in the region. I already mentioned that it's a number of variation of the same limitation, but limitation relating to legal entities' rights to provide security for other companies' debt, for instance, is something that you should look into, and also rules regarding unlawful financial assistance. These rules are normally quite complex, and you need to look into those rules in light of the specific structure that you intend to put in place. But mostly it's possible to solve any issues that you may face.
Taking on for that complexity which Philip mentions, I would like to maybe end the presentation with a few takeaways on what we think for the future. As Philip also he has said, complexity, yes, and that comes with what we think also the LMA influence, which is there and which will continue. But also we see a trend for investors and for borrowers and for banks to use their domestic own documentation. If it's a German bank, they prefer to do German law and then simply apply the local rules for their security. That is a trend, definitely. And also one further trend is the AI, which we mentioned. And the third thing is also that you bring your transactions. In London, you do an income strip, and you are used to an income strip, and Cushman or the other broker, CBRE and the other, they are used to market that, and then they want to market that in Sweden as well. We did that most recently, adapted the UK common law system income strip for applicability in Sweden. That is also a trend. You integrate not via legislation, not via regulation, but via investors and how they want to structure their deals.
Great, that's a great summary of the complex world of regulation.
Yeah, we see that the integration is not on the agenda for the legislator, but well, always for the investors and for the...
Yeah, okay, great. So thank you so much again, Philip and Tord, for your presentation. What we're now going to do is take a 5-minute break and return after that for the final hour of the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you.
It's okay, Jenny. Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Scrambling to find.
Yeah.
Oh, there is?
Hundreds of millions.
Welcome back. We're now joined by a panel of international investors who all have some skin in the game in the Nordic and Baltic markets, I believe. So I'll briefly introduce the panelists, and then we have a bunch of questions that we'll go through with them. So first of all, we have Pertti Vanhanen, MD for Cromwell Property Group. You can see him there on the screen. Jenny Lindholm, Director of Nordics Alliance Real Estate. Hello. And then Rikke Lykke from Patrizia, and she's European Head of Asset Management and Head of Corporate Integration and Regional Head of North, Central and Eastern Europe. Hello. So welcome all to the session. And I thought I'll start with a question about really the topic about this this seminar. That what's your view? How is the increased market integration improved the situation in the investment sense in the Nordics and Baltics? Is it a positive change, or is it a negative change, and why would you argue so? So Pertti, shall we start with you?
Thank you, Thomas. Look, Thomas, we don't invest into the Baltics at all. By the way, there's a huge echo. I don't know why, but there's. Anyway, I'll continue. I'll try to continue. It's very confusing. So we haven't invested into the Baltic countries at all, and we are. I don't believe that we will invest in the near future. At least those markets are quite small. It's basically 3 cities, and the Nordic countries, 4 Nordic countries are big enough. And then the Nordic countries have great fundamentals, and we do have invested into these countries. And despite the COVID, the markets has been quite stable. And they have delivered. The markets have delivered decent returns compared to the number of the other regions and countries. So we are positive for the Nordics. We are looking forward to invest more, and we want to have a stronger footprint.
Great, thank you, Pertti. I'll just tell you that if you remove your headphones when you speak, you might be able to remove that echo. But Jenny, would you summarize your view on how Alliance views the Nordics and how this integration, whether it's positive or negative?
Yes, thank you. I think we have heard from former speakers that there are many similarities, but also many differences between the Nordic countries. And to me, as an international investor, increased integration is, of course, good in one sense, because it makes it easier to do business between the countries. And I think we also heard from former speakers prove of this, that this has been happening over time. For example, Patrick Gylling spoke about Finland and the evolution of the market there, going from being quite a domestic market to a more international market. And I think we saw the same happening in Sweden a little before the Finnish market turned. But of course, the Nordics are also seen from an international perspective, diversification play, and to be able to still have it as a diversification play, it can't be too similar to all the other countries. And I don't think that will happen. We have 4 different currencies in the Nordic countries. That makes it special. We also have some specialities when it comes to the legal system and so. I think what ties it together and makes it such an interesting investment location for us is the very stable economies, the trustworthy political system that we also heard from former speakers. For example, Tord from Evershed mentioned the Nordics as a robust system that you always know what you buy. And that is, of course, attractive to an international investor. So we are positive to the Nordics, and I think that we will see the Nordics being an interesting play also in the future, and especially since we are quite advanced also on the ESG and sustainability questions.
Great, thank you, Jenny. And Rikke, the same question to you.
Well, I agree with Patty and with Jenny. For us, the Nordic is interesting for several reasons, but mostly because of the stability and the potential it generates. And it generates a lot of potential for us in terms of investments, because of the urbanization that is still happening. In spite of Corona, we still see urbanization happening. It's interesting because of the Nordics together with Holland and the Benelux area being on the forefront of ESG in Europe. We are very digitalized in the Nordic area compared to a lot of other European countries. We still have, in terms of European countries, we still have people going to the bank every first of the month to pay their rent directly into a cash account in the bank. In the southern European countries, we don't have that anymore in the Nordics. There's a lot of things that makes the Nordics very interesting, but I also have to say it's not the only interesting area in Europe. All European countries are interesting, but they're interesting from different perspectives. And it also needs to be taken into account the investment strategy one has with its different investments. Are we going for residential? Are we going for commercial? What kind of commercial? What risk classes are we going for? There are a lot of issues that needs to be taken into account. I don't think any investor sits and says, I want to go into Finland. Now, what can I buy in Finland? I think most investors create an investment strategy and then they find the countries and the assets that fit that investment strategy. As Jenny said, we have 4 different currencies. 2 are either the euro or pegged against the euro. 2 are not, so they're floating. That has an impact as well. Are you a fund or an investor that is hedging, or are you not? What kind of risk are you taking? So even though I know you would like us to say which country we find the most interesting, I think all 3 of us probably, Jenny and Patty, please correct me if I'm wrong, find all of the countries, including the Baltics, of interest, but for different issues, for different types of investments. And then unfortunately, I have to say that the Baltics is, for an international investor, still a very small market. And we do have to consider our exit strategy. That said, I don't know if Jenny and Patty would like to add something to that.
Yeah, but I was wondering if Patty might want to carry on from that. Are the Nordics like a core play then, or is there?
Yeah, definitely Nordic countries. You know, I'm from Finland originally, and been a big ambassador around the world to support Nordic markets, real estate markets, for 20 years or so. And I really have a strong belief in the Nordic markets, and you know, definitely it should be part of the core investment portfolio. I always take Australia as an example, and now I'm working for Australian companies. It's even more interesting to take that as an example. But anyway, if you think about the Australian real estate markets, roughly 18 million, whatever, population, the size of the Australian property markets is 1/5 roughly about the Nordic property market. So, and people like to go there. Maybe it's a long haul flights and the business class and whatever. Of course, it's an English-speaking world, but nothing. I don't want to take anything away from Australia, but the Nordic countries has its play. I said in the beginning that we don't go to the Baltics. I don't see that we will go to the Baltics in the near future at all. And why is that? Is because of the population is shrinking. All the UN forecasts of population until 2100 is proposing that, of course, the European population as a whole is shrinking, but the Baltic countries are not in a good position because of that. because of that. And also the size of the markets is very, very tiny. Like mentioned here already, exit strategy, I don't believe that would work out very well for our investors. Definitely, I'm very positive for the Nordics. Liquidity is there. ESG has been mentioned already. Population growth is somewhere there as urbanization will continue. We don't see that big political crisis, even that the tabloid news would like to make a big political crisis from the tiny things. But the stability is there. We have natural resources in all countries. We are well behaving, good citizens in the European context. So I think that we should see more and more investments, and also we should remember that professionalism has been increasing massively. We are kind of pushing each others to be better and better here in the Nordics as well in the Europe. So I think that's a big benefit for the Nordic people and real estate people. So
great, thanks for that, Pertti. And Jenny, would you agree with most of those points? What's your view?
Yes, I do agree. Even if that's the boring answer, I do agree. And I must add also that we are not looking into the Baltics either. The Nordics is our core play, but the Baltics are seen to be too small markets to less liquidity at this point. So for now, Baltics are not interesting for us. Maybe I can add to that given the current situation, I think the Nordics looks interesting also from a governmental debt point, where we came into the crisis with low governmental debt levels. That will hopefully help us to support companies and businesses going forward to come out of the crisis in a better state. I think also if you look at the office sector, it seems in the Nordics we were already quite adapted to the work from home and the flexible working environment. And my personal view of that is that hopefully we will come out of this better with our offices already being sort of adjusted to this new normal going forward. So I hope we'll have benefits from that, but it's too early to tell yet. We'll see.
Yeah, exactly. And Rick, you sort of started the ball rolling with this last round, so I think I'll actually tap into your comment where you said every European country has their benefits and their own niches, and the attractiveness is there if you look for it. So would you push the Nordic countries and the Baltic countries higher up in your desirability list, or do you have such a wide range of parameters when you consider investments that actually you don't have a country by country list? Yeah. I think we're on mute.
Thank you, Patty. We invest a lot of money every year. We currently have under management more than 46 billion euro under management across Europe. We have, of course, a large portfolio of residential investments. And until recently, residential was mostly seen as a play in Holland, as an investment play in Holland, Germany, and the Nordics. More and more, we now are going into France. We've just we acquired something there 5 years ago. Belgium, we're going into Spain, Italy, UK is a huge play for built to rent. So, and in the same sense with the commercial properties, as Jenny said, offices, for example, in the Nordics, we have been very lucky in the Nordics to have had the flexible working. A lot of people have been working both from home, have had the ability to work from home because we are so digitalized in the Nordics. So it was a fair and quick turnaround for, I think, most offices in the Nordic area to just, pick up your computer and go home and start working from there. You were used to it. That was not the case in the same sense in the Southern European countries. So we see differences. I am a huge fan, I've always been a huge fan of the Nordics, and will continue to push for the Nordics. But of course, we do have different investment schemes. We have more than 40 funds at the moment and investing in different types of assets, different kind of risk classes across Europe. So I don't have a preference as such to countries. My heart is in the Nordics, but it will always be, as I am a Nordic person.
Yes.
But my brain is based on the investment strategy of the fund currently investing.
Yeah, exactly. And are you looking to invest into the Nordics right now?
Yes, we just actually did a deal in Sweden, a residential deal in Sweden. We're very much looking into more residential deals across the Nordics, but also some commercial deals. We did a value add office deal in Denmark a few months ago, total refurbishment that we want to do. So we are definitely looking into more acquisitions in the Nordics. The Nordics is a central part, as some of the other countries are in Europe, but it's always part of our investment strategies for Europe. We don't have any funds saying no Nordics. We have funds saying including Nordics, but not solely Nordics. We don't have any funds that are just for the Nordic area.
So it's part of a strategy rather than a strategy.
Yes.
Yeah. And Berti, is that how you approach the Nordics as well, or does Cromwell have Nordic funds? I think you're on mute. Yep. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that.
That's all right.
So we don't have yet any Nordic funds. I started 17 days ago, so I haven't had enough time. So just kidding aside, but what is interesting that we have a Singapore listed REIT investing only into the Europe, and the size of that REIT is already 2.1 billion euros. And of course, the capital is coming from that part of the world, most of the capital. And that fund has invested almost 100 assets, and it's a very widely diversified between the European countries, from Italy as the most southeast part of the investments. And then, of course, coming to the Nordic countries as well. So we are looking for additional investments in the Nordics, and what already Rikke mentioned, those sectors, of course, are in our interest as well. I think that we are able to take a little bit more value-added risk than some of the investors. And personally, what I'm very interested in is wooden buildings. And whether it's a Swedish residential development made by wood or wooden building, CLT, cross-laminated timber also. So those are the kind of things I'm interested. But basically, it's about the quality of the asset. Of course, you rank the countries, you take a look on all the fundamentals. But look, it's really that your quality of the asset, and I think that every company has a ranking system, how they classified and compare asset in Stockholm versus in Munich, for example, or the asset in Paris compared to the Copenhagen assets, and what is really the outcome, and if the asset and all the other fundamentals are better in the Nordics, we do the transaction in the Nordics, of course. No objections.
Yeah. And Jenny, I guess Alliance is going to have quite a similar approach, or is there any differentiating factors there?
No, I would say it's quite similar. We are investing on behalf of the Alliance insurance companies, so we do not have different funds, but all our insurance companies has an ongoing investment need into real estate. So we see an increased interest to allocate to real estate, and especially to multifamily residential and logistics. I think like everyone else, unfortunately. So we see also a high competition within these segments. We are active all around the Nordics in order to find interesting deals, and we will keep that activity going forward. I think, as we have said before, there's a lot of good things going on in the Nordics. We see positive growth, we see ongoing urbanization, good GDP forecasts, and so on. And I think also that we see that the cities has a lot of the characteristics that investors, but also companies and talent is looking for. For example, Copenhagen, I think, is a good example of that. We heard earlier today about the 15-minute city, I think it was called, where you should be able to go everywhere within 15 minutes on bike. And I think Copenhagen is a good example of that. So we would like to find a way to find our first direct investment into Copenhagen going forward as well.
Yeah.
Can I, excuse me, but can I kind of challenge that? If everybody is so excited about the 15 minutes city, what I heard this morning as well, how on earth you make Paris or London and all the big cities 15-minute cities? If everybody is moving to that direction, then it's getting even further outskirts. And the fact is that we don't have enough land around the big cities that people could find the private houses and infrastructure, schools. It's impossible. But of course, I like that idea, and Copenhagen is a great. But I mean, Amsterdam is another one for cycling. But all the really the big cities, it's a massive challenge.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
Yeah, I have to say, if I may add to it as well, we look at it a bit differently. We've actually we analyzed about 100 cities, a little bit more in all of Europe. And we looked at it from a technological point of view. We looked at it from, a age demographic point of view. We looked at it from a university point of view. And then we listed all these cities and said, okay, so which are these cities, which are growth cities, which are not, which are in growth areas, and so forth. And based on that, we actually make our investments into what we call the living cities. It's a fund we're currently working on, or have fundraised for already, still fundraising. But the strategy is to invest in the cities that we believe are the winners for the future. So some of them are already vibrant cities that are definitely to stay on the mark. Some of them are upcoming cities that we believe will be the winners in their areas within the next 10 years. So that's how we see it more. We actually go from 5-10 years ago, you looked at investment per geographically.
Yeah.
We don't look at the borders anymore, because we are all now used to investing. All the international investors are used to investing in all kinds of jurisdictions with all kinds of legislation. What we're looking at is sort of take the borders away and then look at what cities are actually the interesting cities, what's going to continue, what's going to grow, and what's still going to be in fashion, so to speak, in 10 years' time. That's where we look at it. So for us, whether the city is, I sit in Copenhagen, where I live at the moment, whether the city is Copenhagen or Malmö is not really the important thing. The important thing is it's that region we believe in. So we're just going to take the best investment in that region, whether it lies in Sweden or in Denmark. We have means to overcome that.
Yeah.
And I think that's the important thing here is we're going more and more away from geographical borders and more into technology, urbanization, demography, and so forth. And I don't think we're the only investors doing that, I have to say.
Yeah, and in fact, one of my final questions was that which sub-market is the most attractive, and I think you've already said that that's too simplistic. But can Pertti or Jenny throw in their hat to one of the regions in the Nordics?
Jenny, you want to go
I fully
first?
agree. Yeah, I fully agree with Rikke. I think we also have more of a city view, not a country view in such sense. And we do challenge the different cities against each other to find the best investment. And I wouldn't say that I like one of the Nordic cities or regions better than another. I think that we can find interesting investments in all of them if we just do our best.
The only thing I would like to add is that we should not only think about Europe as our approach is global, so that if you think about APAC, Asia Pacific, Australia, those regions, and also Africa, where you have really the population growth. They are like Europe 40 years ago, or after the Second World War, that you have a growing population and middle class and all that. So I think that's something that we are very interested as well. But I agree what Rikke just said, and Jenny, so that it's really that everybody is ranking those winning cities or the best cities on this planet and in Europe and try to find the best suitable assets. At the moment, the sectors are in favor of really the logistics and residential. And I wouldn't be surprised that one day we will find out that actually some kind of entertainment will come back and hotels or something like that. But it will take some time, and the vaccination needs to go forward. Yep, it's a quality of assets at the end of the day.
It is, and that's a great reminder to finish up on. So thank you so much, Pertti, Jenny and Rikke, for your time. And we'll wrap up there. Thank you. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. The next session we'll have a look at the crystal ball, and we'll be inviting some speakers onto the stage here. But we'll take a very short break in between. Hi, welcome back. So after that short interlude, we move to the final session of this seminar. So we're looking into the crystal ball with this panel in the studio. Plus we have Hanna Kaleva also online. And in fact, I'll introduce starting with Hanna. So Hanna is MD of KTI. So she's joining us online. And of course, then in the studio, we have Ilya Batyan, CEO of SBB, Ingemar Ringsteds, EYRCH, and Joachim Arvius, CEO of Pangea Property Partners in Sweden as well. So we'll start with just a quick round of introducing the different markets, if you will. So I wanted to actually start with you, Hanna. So I think the question I'd like to put to you is, how do you view the Swedish entry into this Finnish market, and Do you think this will affect the structure of the Finnish market going forward?
Thanks, Sasha, and good afternoon to everyone, and thanks for the invite. And well, the Swedish entry to the Finnish market happened actually a long time ago. There's been quite a few Swedish investors present here in Finland for, I don't know, 15, even more years. And it's a very diverse and colorful group of players. So in that sense, I warmly welcome, and I think the Finnish market in general warmly welcomes the Swedish players to the market. The more we have like different kinds of players here, the more liquid and better functioning the market would be. And how do they affect the market structure? Of course, by having different kinds of players with different kinds of strategies that makes the market, it grows the overall market and opens up new opportunities for everyone. And it's not only, of course, we do have these Swedish or Nordic funds who are really, really big players here, some of them, but then we also have more and more capital coming to the market through indirect investments, through joint ventures or Swedish investments in Finnish companies, which is another way they do impact in the market structure.
Thanks, Hanna. So it looks like Hanna is inviting you, Ilja, to Finland, and SBB is a prime example of a Nordic, truly Nordic investor. So would you speak to that a little bit? How important is it that the Nordics is accessible to you quite easily? And also, don't forget the Baltics. What do you invest there?
Yeah, thanks, Hanna, on inviting us, and we are happy to continue to be a large player in Finnish market. Samhällsbyggnadsbolaget or SBB, we do have today properties for like 900 millions, a billion euro in Finland, and we are going to continue to grow in Finland, and I completely agree with you. That is the right strategy for every market to attract larger players to get liquidity, and I hope that we can see Finnish market opening even more in that direction, because I think that is good for the Finland. That is good in our case for attracting investments in social infrastructure, and that is at the end of the day good for the citizens, because they will get the most efficient infrastructure. So we are currently in Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Denmark, and we are not active in the Baltic, and for us, because we invest in government-backed income, Baltic is much newer market, and you have on the one side the Sweden, Finland, Denmark, and Norway with long experience of welfare state, with strong government-backed institutions, and it will require some time before the Baltics are there. So in the meantime, we will stay in those four countries.
Thanks, Ilja. And that integration, in fact, at Ingemar, I hope you could give us a little bit of insight into how that's developed, and do we have other regions, for example, in Europe that have similar integration that we've seen in the Nordics that have helped investors such as SBB to
I won't say that we have a copy of what's happening in the Nordics. We can have a discussion on Benelux and that stuff. But I think perhaps the Nordic is more of a region than anything else we have in Europe, I will say. And I think it's good as much as we can integrate the market and the investment in the Nordic countries, because I think it's a better chance that someone from Asia and America look upon the Nordics as a region, because it's big figures and big entities and big markets are more interesting than small ones. So
yeah, true.
I think
true.
It's good.
And do you think this integration has brought efficiencies to the Nordic region as well, Ingmar?
Yes, I definitely think because if we have investors between or inside the Nordic countries and between the countries, that escalates the transparency and the way to do business, and that's good also for efficiency as a whole. So it vitalizes the market, and that's good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Joachim, could you comment a little bit more on that integration? So, does this increase liquidity across the whole region, having a bit more integrated market as well?
Yes, of course. I mean, integration leads mainly to more competition, and that's always good in the market. And I mean, we have a quite integrated financial markets now that is getting more and more integrated, I would say. Still, we have some differences within the legal system and when it comes to management and so on. But it's competition is always good, and integration is driving the competition.
And I think Ingemar also alluded to the fact that the Nordics as a whole becomes more sort of attractive for international investors. Would you back that up as well, or?
Yes, sure. I mean, we have a similar culture, and we are moving towards even more integrated markets. And when, for example, Swedish companies are growing, they have to move outside Sweden to diversify. So it's natural to start with the closest neighbors, and that's what we have seen the last couple of years. So it's getting more and more integrated, I would say.
And I think if we could bring in Hanna to this conversation as well, you could probably say that this integration makes the whole region stronger as a global market. Would you say that? Would you say, Hanna, that Finland is much more stronger now in terms of it being on the radar of many global investors, thanks to that integration?
Well, part of that integration might be that we do have lots of funds with a Nordic strategy, which makes it easy for a investor looking at the markets from abroad to get exposure to all the Nordic markets with the local management. And what we see here in Finland, what distinguishes the Nordic funds, the Swedish funds mainly from other foreign investors here, is that they typically have a very strong local presence. They have local offices here, so they are integrated in that sense as well. So they are here present in the market, which always is good with regard to market knowledge. And maybe one aspect with this integration would also be that, especially if you look at it from abroad, by having integrated markets, you can always find Nordic advisors, Nordic managers, like professionals who know the market as a local market, and through them you will have better access to the Nordics as well. So I guess it's a good thing for all the Nordic markets.
And Ilya, I guess from a corporate point of view, you would probably agree that it's better to have an integrated market. Has it made your business model more possible, or?
Yeah, absolutely. For us, integration in the Nordics is very important, because we see all of the Nordic as our home market, and I think that is the new thing here, that we have Nordic players that have financial conditions, strong balance sheets, so they can act as large players, and that is of course how to say, both improving efficiency but also attracting more capital to the Nordic.
And do you think that might continue from your point of view?
Yeah, from our point of view, we are saying that we see Nordic as probably the lowest risk region in the world, and it is here we are building Europe's largest property company. So from that, I think is good for us as a company, but it's also good for the Nordics, because every time when we have interaction with investors, no matter if those are equity investors, bond investors, or competitors, we are at the same time marketing Nordics.
Yeah, exactly. And Ingemar, you probably have to add.
Yeah, I agree with that, and integration is absolutely, it's just pluses. I can't see any minus. However, it would be good if we have some more integration, or doing taxes and legal and that stuff in a more common way. So that's a message to those deciding on those rules, that would be good. And also for Nordic countries and for different views on EU and Euro, that's not the best situation either. But we have to cope with it, of course, but it would be better if we integrate more on that side.
Yeah, and you think that will continue going forward in your view, or you don't see any blockers right now?
I see many blockers on that, I think. So it's we have to cope with the situation, I think, but even small steps forward would be good.
Yeah, excellent. And how does that look from Pangaea's point of view when you're looking at the market as a whole?
Yeah, Pangaea is a Nordic advisor, and 40% has historically been cross-border investment from the deals we do. So and we expect that to increase further, actually. But I would say the main obstacle, maybe when you're looking at the Nordic markets, are also the currency issue, and the different currencies attract different kind of investors. And Norway being outside of the EU could be different from different funds in regard to the regulations for where they can invest and so on, for example. And Finland being in the euro helps them for example, German investors. So that you shouldn't. I mean, the currency issue is something here. But also, I would like to say that when you invest abroad, also it's big investment comes with some responsibilities as well, that you also engage in urban development and the cities and so on. We haven't seen that so much yet from foreign investors, but I think that will come as well. I'm sure Ilya agrees that you have to engage in the community where you invest.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, do you have more to comment on that? Actually, that's quite an interesting topic.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Joachim, and we as a Nordic player, we are currently running zoning plans both in Norway and in Finland, at the same time being one of the largest players in this space in Sweden. So that is also next step for other foreign investors to be engaged, not only buying existing properties, but also supporting newly built buildings, both for social infrastructure, for residentials, for also developing cities. I mean, we will have to take next step to, how to say, to go from the shopping center to something new, and that part of the business is going to require both a lot of capital and a lot of knowledge, and there is a space where we expect foreign investors to also come with new ideas, and not only capital, and how to say, deploy local knowledge and make this exchange in the best way, so we get best development in our cities in the Nordics.
Actually,
national-wise, I will say, but I hope it will come, as Ilja says, and even bring in new ideas. Because that's good to have new ideas, because we need new ideas on how to work out some buildings that need to have new must be renovated or changed use, change of use
and things like that.
So that's let us hope there is room for good ideas.
Yeah, exactly. Hanna, are you online still?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes. Could you repeat your answer to the previous question, because I think we dropped off.
Yeah. Okay. What I tried to tell is that again, this is something which distinguishes the Nordic players from other foreign investors here in Finland, because we see Nordic funds or Nordic investors increasingly engaging with property development, whereas the other investors tend to invest in nice polished new buildings. So yeah, and we see Nordic players hiring property development professionals in their local teams here, which is another sign of engaging more.
Yeah, exactly. And Joachim, I was wondering if you deal with many project sales when it comes to international investors, or is that your experience pretty much what Hanna described?
Yes, I mean, we've seen an increasingly amount of international investors investing also in development properties. So, of course, naturally, first you start with the new polished ongoing properties, but as you get more and more engaged within the country, you can go more towards the value-added development side. And actually, we've been out in the market, for example, with a big properties, the old St. Erik's Hospital, the former St. Erik's Hospital, and we had several bids from international investors on that, and that we wouldn't have seen just 5 years ago. So that's quite interesting as well. But also one thing I can see over the last years, we haven't seen this high correlation between the Nordic markets as we see right now. There's always been some differences in the circle where the different countries are, but now they're very aligned. So it's almost the same yields all over the Nordics, and that's quite interesting. And I think that will continue as well. So it's more the property type that will differ when it comes to yields.
Yeah, okay. So from an international investor's point of view, this integration has actually made the Nordics a much more predictable is always a dangerous word to use, but
right
more
now
predictable.
is that, but maybe it won't continue, but that's a trend right now. But that's more financially driven, maybe by low interest rates and so on. We don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think we should start wrapping up now. So, are there any final comments from anybody who would like to put one in? Hanna? No? Okay, so we don't have any other questions left, so what I'd like to do is thank all of you. So Ilya, Ingmar, and Joachim, as well as Hanna as well. And what we'll do is conclude the proceedings now, and I think Frågelö will have a few words to say, but I would like to thank all the speakers at this stage for a very, very interesting seminar of this afternoon. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sasha, and we would like to thank all of you who have been watching, our partners, all our speakers, our friends at Stockholm Media Factory have helped us produce this, and of you, Sasha. A very special thank you.
Yes, and please stay tuned for more information on our upcoming events. And if you need any more information, just contact us, either myself or Sverre. But thank you all for a very nice afternoon. And we hope to see you soon in real life and also in the virtual world. Bye-bye.